goes a little too high or a little too low. Got no self-esteem and vertigo. Oh, there she goes. There are so many tiny screwdrivers on my desk. An abundance. Genuinely. There are 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are 8 tiny screwdrivers. I would say that I don't know why they're here, but I do know why they're here. I opened up my laptop the other day. It went pretty well. I the father on it. Because he does yeah, I consulted fatherly one on on if the inside of the laptop looked right, because he's the one that does the computer stuff. And I've never looked inside a laptop before. For all I knew, 7 things could have been broken. Luckily, nothing was, despite the amount of things that I've spilt on it. Despite the amount of liquids that have come into contact with the laptop. It seems to be working fine, which I have to say is quite nice. Um, Playing Minecraft today. Because what else would I do with my life? Nothing. Nothing at all. Fuck. I'm trying to find a place it's like not breathing on you all the time. I seem to do that quite a lot. You know, that's just exactly something that I want to do. I don't exactly want on you. That's also kind of just how I talk. I breathe outwards a lot. Unsurprisingly. Like, I could fully sustain myself with breathing while talking. Skill that not many people have. But I seem to. Okay, no, that's a lie. That is just a flat out lie. There was. Okay. So, you know, one of the first things that you check to open up a laptop is how the fan's doing and, like, how dusty the fan is, so that it's working. The, I. I. I dug the fluff out of it, right? And there was so much, and it was black. Okay, maybe not black exactly, but no, it was black. No, it was vaguely concerning. It's like, what? 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 What do you mean? Why? Why does it look like that? Yeah, I don't know how to feel about that. But hey, it's not in there anymore. And apparently the laptop as a whole, pretty damn okay on the inside. It has been 5 minutes. Um, this is fine. Okay. Started later than I thought I did. Second. Yeah. We're gonna be doing Minecraft. I have slight plans, but I'm not sure how well those plans will go. We'll just have to. It's gonna be normal. Um, Mainly because I didn't like it. Okay, no, I always feel like it, but it was this or Hexy. I feel like I'm gonna do Hexy later in the week, so I didn't want to do it today. That's basically it. The yeah yeah that's the whole that's all of the reason. I'm not sure if I'm excited or not for the cherry blossoms. I'm just not. Oh my god! I get Optifine back, guys. Guys, we get Optifine back. This is gonna be nice. Gonna be nice. God, I love Optifine. Optifine is great. Oh, now we go through. I don't think I've actually played proper. I probably have. Probably. Where the fuck? Oh, that. Okay. Give it a second. That button. Then. Oh. Oh, fuck. Okay. Oh, that's so promising. Oh. I just done the. Blah. Sorry. I panicked and closed Minecraft. So, now I get to relaunch it. I just really want to make sure that everything's in tip-top condition. Sorry that you're just looking at black screen. Sorry. Didn't mean for this to happen. It just has. It. Yeah. I've gotten gifted 2 jumpers. Static about it. No. Fuck you. Ah. Um. I. Okay. Hello. Um. Something's updated. Um. Blah, blah, blah. What the fuck? Wait. But the. God damn it. That one. Stop it. There we go. I've fixed it. Well, no, I've not fixed it. I've made it so that I'm able to. What the fuck? I'm going to. Properties. There we go. It was just. I swear. There. Yay. Yay. It worked. Just go. Yeah. Probably. It's been a while. It's been a while. It's been certifiably a little bit of time, you know? It has been a bit. But I have an idea, and I don't know how I'm not touching the library today. Fuck yeah. Oh, um, hmm, Ghast farm. Right, right. This is what we were doing last time. Uh, I'm gonna be honest. I forgot about this. um, uh, what's the other side? Do we have any hoppers? No. Okay, okay. How do we do this? How is the real question. Okay. So one, not a clue how far away you have to be. A bit, I'm guessing. That also has to empty into chest, which I can. Oh, this is disgusting. Uh, oh, I've been playing in modded too long. I don't know Irish anymore. Fuck. Okay, that's loot. Okay, okay. Um, I'm writing down the idea right now. Uh, uh, that's a lot. That's a lot. Fuck. We're putting an extension on the door full. Okay, but first, okay, so we need. Fuck. Okay, we need hoppers. Um, need to access those. Your place. Hoppers. We need chairs. Yeah. We have any? Do we have any wood? We don't have any wood. Okay, that's fine. We can. That's a full. Oh, they're all full blocks. That is very nice. How about we do that? Do we really not have any wood on us? Really? Like, oh yeah, let's make a. Oh fuck, I'm gonna miss modded. Oh, the fucking auto sort. No, I'm ruined. I just fucking came in here and was like, oh yeah, yeah, I need 4 crafting tables and no wood. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm not pissed off at myself. It's okay. Oh, what's in? Do you have wood? You have buckets. Fucking right. Yeah. Okay. The yeah. I'm leaving you here actually. Okay. We're 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 organizing this somehow. Uh. Oh wait. Fuck. Yeah. Okay. Where are we? Yes. Coordinates. Where? Ghast trial. Good enough. 66, 200. 1030. There we go. Which way is home? This is fine. This is perfectly fine. It's gonna go great. It's gonna go fantastically actually. Couldn't think of anything that could make it go better. Nah. Please enjoy the TV static on the floor as I bring you to your destination of away. Hey! This failure. What the fuck made that noise? I don't think I want to know. Oh, hello. Goodbye. That didn't work. Or, well, it did work, it just didn't last. A nice mountain. We're going the wrong way, aren't we? Where the... What? We have a swamp there? Why have I never been on the other side of this fucking mountain? Oh my god. What the fuck, bro? What the fuck? You have wood in you? No, you have scaffolding in you. Which, you know what? Fair enough, I respect it. So many of the mechanics, they're just so much better. I do also like how Minecraft, or like Microsoft is basically just putting their own spin on fucking biomes aplenty. That's pretty entertaining. There you go. Did we even put a hopper in this? No, we never got it working. That's fine. This is why I don't do redstone. It never ends well. It just doesn't. It's just a fact of life that redstone and me, we don't mix that well. No, other box. You like da 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 da. Oh, you know that I like you, that stuff. If you would fall in love, I think it's so. Gotta be some butterfly somewhere. Okay, so it got stuck immediately, so that leads me to think that this is too fast. Assuming, yeah. I don't know how far. We're gonna go about our day until the check on it, which is hopefully never, let's face it. Chests. We need chests. Because I want my lungs to not hang out of my full body. That would be allowed. I feel like it should. I feel like you can't just let somebody hang around with their fucking lungs hanging out now, can ya? I feel like that would just kind of, you know, a little odd. Would go with 8 for now. We'll go with it. Doesn't mean it'll be right, but... Oh, we need to chop that down at some point. That's not gonna break my laptop or anything. Oh. Fuck. Am I the best flyer? No. Is it still fun, though? Yes. Hey. I'm so great at this. If only this. Just this, not flying as a whole, just bobbing. Oh my god, something spawned. Oh, fucking okay. Yeah, this isn't what I was expecting, gonna be honest. How do you stop pigmen spawning in your ghast spawner, huh? How do I stop you from happening, good... Oh my god! Okay. Thought he just fucking jumped. Sorry, mate. That was a little terrifying, not gonna lie. Yeah, hello. Don't ask me why I'm mining a chest with fucking... I don't know. No. Fuck it, it's obviously not mob proof. This is fine. Oh my god, be quiet, mate. Like, no! No, I need in there! Please! Okay, fine. We need 2 more. 1 more. Boom. No, we need 2 more. I'm great at counting, by the way. It's one of my many skills. Yep. Okay, if you're gonna be in here, then I need to... No! Let me do... There you go. Now you can budge past. Yeah. Now, can you stop spawning here? Please? No, I'm pretty sure Oh my god, there's 2 of you down here? Fuck off. Pretty sure the little thingy was... This shit was supposed to stop things from spawning, but no, they don't care. That's the reason that it's made out of fucking glass. Like, God, I wouldn't... Finnaburn. Like, I didn't want you guys here. If I were to settle it. Bye. Bye-bye. Okay. One of you gone. Hi. Hug time. Over the edge. Damn, aren't the insides of your arms so spectacular today? The inner working of your bicep is quite intriguing. Go on. Bye-bye. How? How far away from it would I even need to be? I don't fucking... More than this far away, evidently. But like... I don't know. It's there. That's it's more than nothing. But yes, my plan for today was to vaguely expand the fucking wharf hole because I rewatched the Lord of the Rings movies and I want to. I feel like it. Hate bedrock. Gosh, it was a little too late now, wasn't it? Hey. But yeah, that was my vague plan for today because I was like, that might be a cool idea. I don't have much to go off of, and like, it's not gonna look extremely impressive, right? We've come to terms with that. None of the shit that I make looks extremely impressive ever. So we're just gonna go with vaguely fun. Those are the vibes we're going with. Oh my god. Away. Look away from it. If it doesn't have to register all the entities in, then it won't lag as much, right? Let me just pick up the stragglers. God, there's so many on the outskirts. This is ridiculous. Did only one of you come back? Got quite a lot in you, though. Fair. Take it. What if... Not all getting stuck in there, are you? Well, one, you are clearly stuck in here. Stuck in? Of course you are. Bricks. Okay. Nice. You left all the heavy lifting. The one. No, other way, douchebag. Oh, that is a horrific noise. But alas. Why? Why can't I access that one? Why is there a torch? And oh my jeez. Okay. So we need to expand um, our bamboo. um, I didn't think we'd get here. You have literally nothing in you, though. Oh, shit. Okay. You had a little. You had nothing in you 5 seconds ago. Much fucking bamboo. Yeah. Oh my god, and there's still bits just popping around. Thus. I feel like bamboo's fun. That's where that was going. That's the beginning and end of the sentence. Oh, I had to deal with you bastards again? Fuck is this? I've gotten too comfortable not having to deal with them. Fuck you. Well then. Was quite the mess, wasn't it? Hey, and all of you are back. Oh my god. No, no, no! Stop it! Okay. I guess if you swamp the front, then yeah, it's grand. Pop that in there. Hey, look at you go. I don't use bamboo for anything. um, this may become a problem in the very near future. Take some. Thank you for the XP. I do appreciate. Give. Come to me. Good, good, good. Oh. Yeah, we'll go over to the smelty boy. We'll go on over. Question though, audio okay? All working good? Shut the fuck up. Go. I see you. Yeah, fuck you. Or yeah. You can't smell iron blocks of raw iron, can you? Oh, nice. Yeah, fuck you, bitch. No, this is. God, we're gonna have a lot of iron after this. There you go. Unsurprisingly, seeing as I've not been in the vicinity as much as I thought I would be, you've not done a lot. Unsurprisingly. My fuck. Okay, so do I want to do that? Yes, because I have a feeling when it turns out it's either gonna look really cool, really right? I kind of just want to get it over with, but I also don't know where I'm going with it, so we're not gonna touch it. Oh, but I've just seen an opportunity for a pillar right there. And my god, do I want a pillar. Made it out of netherrack for now. And just filled it in. Yeah, that's fine. Fine. So I've lied to you is what I've done. We are touching. But okay, well, this shouldn't surprise me anymore. It really shouldn't. Like, yeah. It's fine. It's a-okay. Okay, that is one thing that I enjoy though. The being able to press the middle button and just have the thing. That's nice. I appreciate that. Okay. So, boom, middle line. Right. Uh-huh. Because I don't want to just kind of fuck around and fuck this one up. Because like that's kind of what I did with the other one. The dwarf hole is just my kind of fuck around and find out thing, you know? I don't want I want to put effort into this and I want it to turn out good. But the temptation to put a pillar there, oh, it's fine. I'll just be fuck. Um, it's okay. Alright, it's okay. Yeah, definitely. Hey, my god. Oh, so one of them is doing netherrack. Is it emptied out some of the... Where? Tell me. Tell me. You're just not. You're just... Oh. Ah. Okay. I see what's happening here. ah. Ah, yeah. I've... I've spotted it. So this one's just getting, like, all. Now we're under there. One. This one's getting nothing. You clearly have the stuff. Why are you not emptying? There you go. There you go, buddy. Yeah. Sure. Okay. So. Four. Okay. So, I've been thinking, right? Because of the caves and cliffs, there's suddenly a lot more room than there used to be vertically. And so, would it have been even cooler to have made it entirely in this huge mountain? And, and yeah, it would. But now we can go really deep down. And sure, it'll take a hell of a long time to like excavate and all that. But but then we'll have a lot of deep slate, and I have a feeling that I'm gonna be using a lot of deep slate at some point. So it might work out pretty nice. And we can bring like a bunch of shulkers and um put the stuff in there. That goes. And then we can bring it back and we can just sort it in there. Let me go. Could we make... I feel like at some point we're gonna have to make a fucking like an Enderman farm. We're just slowly gonna make a lot of farms. Why? Because farms are kind of cool, I guess. I suppose. Oh, okay. Fine. Oh, not somewhere. Go in there. You. I things at some point. Not today though. We're there. Just get popped back in there. So for now, grab a bunch of these and some torches. Stock and arrows. What else would we do? I don't know why I have all of my diamonds in. They're useless in there. Wait. Okay. Those. Oh, wait. Question. What do the cherry doors look like? Because all of the doors look different, right? What do the cherry doors look like? Ah, okay. So we didn't need all of those chests. That's fine. Yeah. No. What are the cherry? The cherry wood door. Like another minecart. It's grand. They okay. We'll make two because I'll lose one of them. It's fine. Sorry. Away we go. I forgot how fucking loud it was. This is only a little awkward. Only a tad. I don't really have any stories. Not much happened today or yesterday. No parent came home. What the fuck? What the fuck did I just come across? I also like how I made this whole, like, basically path and then never fucking just didn't use it ever. Sorry for the flashing going into the walls. But yeah, I made this whole fucking path and then I was like, actually I don't feel like because fair enough. Hello, by the way. I don't know who let you in there, but somebody clearly did. Yeah, baby. It is the clunkiest fucking thing on the planet. It's great. I love it. Fuck. I dug it out so weirdly. The way it's like, some of it is like, yeah, you could. Oh! Oh, so almost! We'll do it one of these days. It'll be grand. It'll be to show that we're a competent. We, as a collective, are a competent player. I don't actually know where that leads to. Yeah. So this is our whole thing. This is set up. It's still a little ugly because I keep on being like, oh yeah, I'll sort it out one day, and then never do. I never do. And like, sure, it's like kind of it's pretty. I love it. Um, but but I feel like we could. I think like I feel like we shouldn't have it. Where does this lead? Where does this lead? Hoglin repellent. Oh, nice. Where where even is this? Is oh not far at all. No, it is not far at all. That is fucking hell. That's close. Okay. I feel like we don't really need this. Or if we do, we can put it like somewhere else. You know. No, I won't break it on this side because then I'll be fucked. But you know, I don't think we need it, right? But what I do think we could use, right, is the I feel like it would be really cool to have a giant opening, just kind of, and just down. Just an opening and down. Just like into the depth. I think it would be ominous. I think it would be cool looking. I think it would be fun. I think it'd be a fun little thing. You know? Diamond. Oh ho ho. A sword, you say? Because, like, okay, it took us, like, a couple weeks to get this whole thing up and running. But that was also, with, like, iron pickaxe at best. So, my thoughts are that it will be slightly easier with not just iron pickaxe at best. Also, this stays, and so does that. They are remnants of. I don't remember what his name was, but it was. It was a fucking. God, what? Oh, fuck if I know. An Enderman. That's what it was. That's the name for it. I don't know how big I want it, right? Because it's like, huh, how? Okay, so bigger than that. I want it to be, like, impressive. I just don't exactly know what impressive looks like right now. The glowstone will probably okay. Probably. I think as of right now it will. God, this would be the time to have the scaffolding on me, and guess where the scaffolding is? Not here. I think it needs to be, like, up to there-ish. Could we go back and get the scaffolding? Yes. Do I care enough to? Maybe later. Boom. How does that look? Oh no, I've just had an idea. Oh god, I should stop having ideas. Okay, so what if, hear me out, it kind of, like, okay. Okay, I'll explain it from, like, here. Okay, so what if from, like, here, you can't really see it, but it was like, you could see it completely through the kind of the hole in the wall there. You could see it completely through that, and you're like, okay, that's reasonably sized, I guess. And then as you got closer, it just you just couldn't see the edges until, like, maybe like here or something, or closer. But so it's like fucking, oh, that's massive. Maybe. I don't know if that would fit though. It would probably fit, let's face it. Well, not with that. Not with that. I feel like that needs to be more impressive. Maybe. We'll consider it. But for now, I say we go up until at least there. Ooh, okay, that works. I think. Like that. Ash. Okay, so I fucked it up there a little bit. But it's fine. And it would just like slowly get smaller but also go down. Right? That kind of makes sense, I guess. Stop trying to talk people. My brain is an incoherent mess at all times of the day. It never ends. On that nerve, on my friend. Maybe there as well. Fuck. Oh, I can get rid of that. It looks vaguely. We've. The problem has begun. To be fair, we don't have a lot of room. Not a lot. So let's just rectify that. Let's just fix that up a little bit. I just plop down my enormous amounts of storage really quickly. Oh, that was not what I clicked on, and you know it. Frick. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. On keeping on. Okay, now it's the question of how fast do we want it to go down? Outside. Up until very top there. Oh my god, fucking eyes, my guy. I feel like there's... Yeah, okay, that's that. I feel like that has to be slightly further up and dangling. But we'll get to the small details in a bit. And also, you know me, I love a good pillar. We will be including pillars, because what else would I be here for? I mean, really. What do you take me for? Somebody that doesn't pillars? Incorrect. I feel like it's kind of closing up at the top because it's going like down, you know? I feel like that would make some semblance of sense. Probably. Probably. And you know what? If it doesn't, it does now. This is what happens now. Oh, but then wouldn't it would get smaller at the top but wider at the bottom. Oh, it just kind of made an alcove. Fine. We'll fix it as we go. Yeah, okay, so the top's gonna get kind of a little squashed as yeah. Bottom does not. As the bottom kind of almost widens out, I guess. I suppose. Anyway. I don't know how, like, impressive this is actually gonna end up looking. I mean, that's always the thing of like, oh, this seems really cool in my head, but also, what about not in my head, huh? How cool does it look out of my head? And I have no answer. We don't have a shovel. That's a little awkward. Yup. Okay. We didn't change English classes today, which I do like. I like that. I enjoy my English class. I like my teacher. I mean, sure, some people are kind of annoying, but I can deal with that, you know? But I have a feeling I know which teacher I'm going to be changed to if we change. I don't want her. Because she's okay. She's probably a decent teacher, right? In any other subject. I cannot stand how she teaches English. It is horrific. This is fairly decent, I'd say. Oh, we're gonna put torches down so that nothing spawns. And we're gonna continuing. Because what else would we do in this establishment? Because that's what this is, actually. It's an establishment. You get your seat taken at the door, you know? It has to get... I don't know how to make it, like, work, though, with the vibes we're going for. I get made it to where bedrock used to be. Did a little bit of wiggling. It'll probably look fine, and if it doesn't, cover it back up. Put those there for now. We'll make that like really pointy and everything in a bit. In in a minute. Don't ask me why I'm using a sword for that. I don't know. You will get no better of an answer from answering the question yourself than if you asked me. Okay. Wait, it's person made, right? So that kind of has to be conveyed a little bit, I think. I think that's what we're kind of going with for the symmetry. Like, oh yeah, like people made this. They made it like this purposefully, you know? Oh yeah, okay. I think yeah, it's gonna continue to get like kind of shorter, I guess. Kind of a bit. But it's also gonna continue to get wider. Ah shit, we might run into lava soon. It'll be grand. It'll be perfectly fine, right? Right? Cause okay, now we check. I feel like we're gonna have to make it look really ornate afterwards, right? Because let's face it, from here it does kind of just like, oh, that's just a dimple in the wall. It just kind of blends in with the. That matches up really nicely, actually, with the arch in front of it. Uh, oh, should have made it deeper. So we probably should have done. What I'm saying by that is we probably should have done all of this bit and like back really far before we started on this bit. Yeah, then okay. Okay, it's fine. Ow. Um if we just line down here with torches and do this, Ghast will die. Cause yeah, no, I wanna we're gonna put like tail and shit in not really detail. We're gonna make sure that the top bit looks okay first before going into the bottom part, you know? I think to like just go further back. I think. That's what I'm feeling anyway. Yeah. Yeah. This is I kinda want it to be like intimidating almost. I'd say intimidating. I think the word that should be used to describe it when it's done should be something akin to intimidating. There. Now do we fiddle this? First of all, that. Second of all, I'm gonna punch this back one. Okay, maybe not fire away, but yeah. That's something legally. We don't want it to be like the exact same two back, but we also want it to go two back. That one, two. Oh, long, I guess. Word. Yeah, long. To the sides. Those have gotten rid of. Those can be replaced with like stairs or a fence. Fences. We could make it come to like a really narrow bit and then widen out like a lot. Boom. Well, I think I found the. I didn't. I did find the lava. Okay, nice. And if there's anything that I really hate about it, I can. I then change my name. Oh my God. Ooh, 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 ooh. What? I am. I might put music on in the background because I'm aware that I'm being like extremely quiet. Um, it'll be like stops probably. There probably won't be any lyrics in. Okay, apparently there's going to be lyrics in it. Did I just steal this from somebody else? Yes, yes, I did. Yes, I very much did. Hey, nice though. Okay. Oh. Get rid of that. There, yes. Correct. How are the levels? I wish. I don't know how loud I am in comparison. I am unaware. This one getting in the way. I feel like it'll make more like sense once the the bottom's dug out, right? It'll make more sense, but I feel like for now, this is pretty damn good. Like that was really long, but yeah, it's kind of an archy. I say we get like, well then, okay, I guess this is fine. I say we do that. Yeah. I think that's okay. I think so, though my opinion can't be really taken for anything, seeing as it's my thing. But yeah, okay, so this... go down to at least there for that bit. Let's rip up the floorboards. Suddenly this is about to look a lot fucking bigger. Because there will suddenly be a floor again. Not be the opposite of a floor. We will have to fiddle with the floor though, because I do feel like it goes too down to, like, this bit is too sharp an incline, basically, is what I'm saying there. Badly, but it is what I'm saying, right? It's like too fast, and that also means that I can fill with fucking gravel. Okay, so I feel like they're all gonna go down to their own floor levels, right? So it's okay. Wait a goddamn second. Okay, so I wish to fill this in briefly. Well, I say briefly, this bit might never get dug up again. It might, but it also might not. Because yet, new slate, I feel like we desperately need it. Boom. Because I don't know how far back and down these things are gonna go when I'm working off of having to jump up 3 layers between each. I barely know what I'm doing anyway. With challenges on top of that? Like, Jesus. What do you expect of me? Not Mozart. Or an architect. Okay. That needs taken away, first of all. First of all. That maybe? So it's like narrower on the side. I suppose. This feels much. That feels too much. I don't. If I were to, yeah, no, that's gonna have to be higher up and like attached, but it's fine for now. Okay. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me, wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. Take it down to there for now. So I wait for you, wait for me, wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. God, I've just made a pyramid. There you go. And it's a slightly fancier pyramid. Can't just be having a pyramid. They're boring. Boring motherfuckers. This will probably look fine. It'll probably be okay, right? I probably amn't ruining anything, and if I am, well, I've made it real easy to just cover it all back up. Like, yeah. Which is there, maybe. The fuck is that? What? I do feel like this is. Yeah. Okay. No. Where? Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'm throwing everything on there. It's fine. Wait, no, surely, okay. Here's the problem, I don't know what it's gonna look like with, like, stairs and stuff. That's too small. Go to there, I guess. Make it a little wider, I suppose. That's how this works, right? That's what we're doing, right? I don't. God, how do I expect you to know what I'm doing when I don't know what I'm doing, you know? I really hope none of this is copyright. That would be really fucking awkward. It would be so incredibly awkward. I don't know what I'd do with myself. I would probably cry. Not that. Wait, one of these is. Oh my gosh. Okay. I still don't really know what I'm doing, but I'm doing something and it isn't really shit yet. I've not died yet. I feel like I'm doing a weird mix of like I don't know. Oh, God, I don't know how to do this shit. I always get really excited to be like, oh, this could look so cool, and then I do it and it doesn't look cool. Oh. Okay, so this has to go now. There. Where? There. Probably? God, I don't fucking know. I can't count. I've decided. Not a skill I have. Nah. Nah. Nope. Can't count. Not something sorry. Like, brain dead. Not really. I'm just tired. Just tired. That's basically it. That's basically the gist of it. I'm fucking exhausted. I don't even know why. I don't. Fuck if I know. I feel like we'd have to go 2 down. No, not 2 down there. I feel like it's awkward angle. Ah, okay. There we go. There we go. I'm saying that that's fixed it because I want to. Yeah? Yeah, those are in line. Then there's up. Yeah, okay. We were saying that that's it. Fuck. God damn it. I don't know how it works. I don't, genuinely. How did... I don't know how arches work. Arches are weird. I kind of hate them. I like pillars, don't like arches. Nice. Gotta love it when the lava. I feel like we're going down at the top too fast for how we're going down at the bottom. I guess.
I've been right here for a long time. I've seen your dreams in the night sky. You know I want you to be mine. But you won't make it that easy. You're not the type to fall in deep.
Yes. Widening it up afterwards is such an odd task. Why have I done this to myself? I've just made an egg. That's the shape I've made. Pain in the ass. I've been here for like 20 minutes at most.
Just stay. You're like a song stuck on replay. Your smile is always in my way. I know you know that you need me. It's not a secret that we keep. So just admit you see me.
This is... I'm not sure if I like it. I'm not certain. But I'm also not sure if that's just me talking from like, oh, it's half done and I don't know. It's like, it's the weird thing where it's like, okay, you really want it to look like something, but you, oh no, okay, that's kind of terrifying. I don't want to look at it. Not really terrifying. Yeah. Oh, I have accounting tomorrow. Oh, disgusting. 5 days is simultaneously a really long time and no time at all. Like, what the fuck is this shit? Yeltauge Bjergnark. Oh, it's storming. Formal tourney. I can read, I promise. It just doesn't seem like it most of the time. I swear I have basic life skills. Oh, what? God, I've done it different at both sides. Here you go. Yeah. We're gonna vaguely map out how down we want it to go, because I've now you kind of have to do both simultaneously, right? Otherwise it's gonna look like shit. Or like a fucking pyramid again. Nice. It's fine. So basically, the top should be rounding out. Not really rounding out, but it should be staying at almost the same height, coming down a little bit every now and then. Basically. Or at least, yeah, similar enough. Right? I say right like I'm asking a question. I'm not asking a question. All three. Okay, boom. We have this also. That's also gonna go to the very edge. Why? Because then it'll be like, oh yeah, you have to go at least to there. Doesn't look extremely shit. It looks kind of shit, not gonna lie, but it's not all that matters. I mean, in the end, what would you rather? Extremely shit or just kind of shit? I know which one I'd rather. Decent. I think I'd rather decent. But with my skill, we're not gonna get decent, are we? Where the fuck is... God, did we get rid of the entire thing? We did, didn't we? What the fuck is happening? What's happened? Oh my god. Oh, okay, that doesn't exist. That's been pulled back one. That's also been pulled back one. Okay. Okay, that's fine. A little hiccup, but we're still here. We're still going. Yeah. And we dig out the bottom of the next one. Because what else would we do with our time? I mean, genuinely, what else would we... Literally anything else is the answer. But not to the right question. Because I do not care about what else you could be doing. You're here with me. That's kind of cool. There we go. Okay, that is how okay. That's how it looks on that side. That isn't really good. This is infuriating. Jesus Christ. Not even really getting wider is... That, okay. Probably, God. What the fuck is that? What is happening? Yeah, okay, it just looks different because it's different colors. Okay. That's fine. I guess. But yeah, okay, it kind of has to go from doing the two down to more to a cross, you know? To give the feel, the vibe, if you will, of it, yeah, getting wider, because it's supposed to be getting wider. That's what it's supposed to be fucking doing. How does this look from up and out? Get there, we'll get there. Eventually, at some point, you know. It'll happen. To somebody, I suppose. Hey. That's pretty fun. I would say that that's certifiably a decent, maybe, arch. Okay, because here's the thing. I could sit here and nitpick it all day. I could sit here and never be happy, you know? Guess what? I do that. Okay. Not gonna take it wider at the... Yeah, no, I would say that's pretty damn okay. Do that. Mayhaps, definitely. Not definitely, but kinda, probably definitely. And hey, we're gonna get so much fucking deep stone out of this. Like, Jesus Christ. And rest of the... Fuck, I can't tell. This is fine. A-okay. Hey. I'm confounded. Not really. Oh my god, gold. I need more of that. To be fair, I probably do. Oh. Oh, we have to mark it out. Cross. Yeah. The fuck even is this playlist? I was expecting there to be like no song with actual lyrics in them. And God, I don't know. To be fair, probably would have fallen asleep if that were the case. Probably. Telling the truth. I will not lie. No, I will lie. Greatly. With intent. Okay. Gonna go kinda out again. Because why not? Okay, now I feel like we're going out too fast for how fast we're going down. Hey, we're making a lot of progress. Oh, well, I say a lot. I feel like yeah, you should probably get to like this point and then big room, big open room. Should open up again. Hello, Oat. Sorry, didn't see you there. How long ago was that message? Hi. I'm pretty well. I'm tired. If you're still here, tell me how the loud the music is. Can you hear the music, or am I just listening to music for myself? Don't respond. Don't, please. Not that long. The font has changed. It's funky. The oh yes, yes, you can hear the music. It's not too loud. Oh, get good at it. It's only taken me almost 2 years. Hey. I'm assuming you mean for the messages on screen. Yes, it has. Oh fuck, I need to get rid of the mod pack tag. Oh no. Oh, I've just been walking around with that. I'm not getting rid of the hexagon tag. I refuse. Actually, I refuse to do that. I swear the message delay was getting better. No, it's back to 10 minutes. Aww. Aww, it's okay. It's okay, oh. It's okay. Okay, sorry. I've been fiddling with things. We're back in the in this place. We're back here. I refuse to look at that. I'm a procrastinator at heart. We're making an extension on the back. It's supposed to look. Oh, fuck. The hole's never gonna be big enough. It's fine. I'll just suck it up and deal with it. Fine. Oh fuck! Now I've got to put you somewhere that I can actually read the messages. Oh fuck! Now I've got a plant in hand. Oh god. Oh, I can't put the plant there. It'll die. What if I just hold the plant? It's a cactus. It's the fairy castle cactus. Very cool. I like it. One of the bits is dying. That's it. Because not all of it's dying. Okay. I'm checking the. I have no work-life separation. Please show the attached flyer table quiz fundraiser. No, it's €10 to entrance on a table quiz. What is this? What is this scam? Okay, yeah, we're back down here. Um, yeah, we're making a little extension onto the little funky dude. I feel like this is about where it should open up again. So the arch expand. Weird for now. It'll look okay in there. Would I make a bigger staircase? Yes, I would love to make a bigger staircase, but I'm also not fucking bothered. I might be in the future, who knows? I don't know how people do like 7 hours just build, probably because those people have plans for their builds. They're decent at it, you know? That's probably part of it, I would assume. Okay, then it'll go back. Oh, but we're only just at deep. So I think we started widening it too fast. Okay. Cool. Go with that. Grand. We'll go, okay. How far down do we want to go is the real question. The really important question. How far down do we want this to go? So fun to fly through. Because then it's the question of, do we kind of recede the outer walls back in? Okay, we're only on -1. Okay. I say we go to like, oh fuck. We could kind of continue with this thing again. We could, in like a smaller fashion, so we bring the walls in little bit by little bit, but we keep the height about the same in comparison. And we lower it down every few, and then once we get to like -20, we start widening it out like 5 blocks at a time. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna go back in, I guess. It's gonna be weirdly bumpy. I'm gonna say it now. Then, yeah, I'd say about 1. About 1. Let's go with. Sure. Sure. Have not. Oh no, fuck yeah. That was big un. Fucking gravel, bro. Fucking gravel. Oh my god, we can add pillars. I have an addiction. I'm not afraid to say it. It's to pillars. What have I done? Why? Okay, let's get rid of that. Oh, why is it? Hello, I'm an Iris. I have an addiction. Iris, you are not alone. Iris, I am so glad that I'm not alone. And spires are cool though. Like, you've seen my pillars. They're not the best. They're just fun. I like a good ornate pillar. They're fancy. I do need to figure out what I've done wrong here though. I've messed it up. Welcome to AEA Architectural Elements Anonymous. Oh my, my eyes can't handle the different shades. That's what it is. Okay, it's not because I can kind of count. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Oh my god, is it just the is it just my depth? Does this... God, this is bullshit. Oh, it's that. It's that. Oh my god. I knew I was kind of only going crazy a little bit. Oh, thank god. Thank you for welcoming me into the group, though, Iris. I do appreciate it. Very warm welcome. Yeah. Oh my god, we have our first Warhammer meeting tomorrow. Well, the first official Warhammer meeting. That's gonna be fun. Very anxiety-inducing. Will expect things of me, and I don't think I'm going to live up to those expectations, but it's alright. I feel like we should take a little bit of a plunge, just rapidly downward. Just rapidly. I think I've decided that I like this the most out of all of my builds because I don't have to do the outside. Like, look at this. This is boring as shit, but also it looks... Is this near Moria? Yeah, it's kind of... Not... Last week, I rewatched Lord of the Rings trilogy with a couple friends. And so I've been inspired. You couldn't tell by the giant hole I'm digging in the ground. That's already in a hole in the ground. And just every time I add on to this, you'll know that it's probably because I've watched Lord of the Rings. Like, ooh, that was cool. I don't know, it was... I think it was the fucking... It was the fucking broken bridge bit where they were jumping over and I was like, ooh, big open space. I'm not gonna make it look that cool, but try. Basically, I think the plan for this is to... Really bad at bridges though, is to have it kind of... Like, I already almost did it up here, but then I decided that it was too... It wasn't low enough, basically, is what I decided. So, we're gonna go down a bit further, and, like, slowly this is gonna, like, pull inward, like, a block every now and then. The whole place is very... If the elven place was made underground. Hey! That's it. But yeah, we're... God, I'm gonna be honest, I kinda hate this. It's messing with my eyes. I don't know what it is about it, but like it's the way they've textured it, I think, that just makes it all kind of, it's like bedrock for other people. This is my bedrock. Like, look at that. Hell. Yeah. So it's gonna open into a big thing. I think there's gonna be basically like a pit underneath it. I'm not actually gonna dig a really. I might dig a really deep pit. I don't know if I'm gonna dig a really deep pit, but I'm gonna do that kind of fog glass effect to make it look like it's deeper than it actually was. I had a kind of similar idea for the Nether, but then I'd forgotten that they'd redone the Nether. So yeah. And I don't want to dig out a giant open space in the fucking Nether. I would die so many times. Sorry, I keep on picking up things to fiddle with. And then just not fucking doing anything. Yeah, but yeah, that's what we're doing. I think it's kind of mixing and matching every now and then. We're doing something, that's for certain. That's all I've got so far. God, I fucking hate gravel. I hate gravel. I despise it. The shit block. Like, I've been asked like 3 times, oh, what's your favorite Minecraft block? I don't know. I can tell you which one I hate the most. It's just in the way. It's in the way. Like, why do you need to be there, huh? Why? What's the necessity? Huh? The necessity? There isn't one. That's the necessity. Fuck. That go. It does go all the way to the. That also gets all the way to the end. God. So you know the way people want like vertical slabs? I want sideways stairs. So you know how for like, okay, so for like that we can make it kind of smoother with stairs, right? We can't make like this bit or the you know, like I want sideways stairs. So I've decided what we all actually need is chisel and wait, what the sorry, I can't read. What? Sorry. Sorry. Give me a second. Sorry. Apologies. I don't know if something's broken or not. That's what I'm checking right now. I'm panicking a little bit. Not gonna lie. When did... What? What? What the fuck? Enjoy the music, guys, while I have a breakdown. You might as well make players twice as big as... What? Oh, you... Oh... I feel like I'm having... Sorry, I'm I'll process what you've said in a second. I've read it aloud. I know that you said something. It's not processing though. What the? I feel like I'm having a nervous breakdown. Like, I'm not. What the fuck is happening? Okay, wait. Okay, I'm whipping out the big guns for this. I have like 3 tabs open. Make sure that I'm not having a seizure. I'm not having a seizure. I fucking hope I'm not having a seizure. Bro. Jesus Christ. I'll deal with it later. No, I'll deal with it at 2 in the morning. It's fine. It's all good. I've figured out the solution to my problems. Anyway, what were you saying about needing to make players twice as big? I know you said it. I'm not comprehending anything right now. Give me all that rock. Give me that rock. I want that rock. I crave the sedimentary. I mean, who doesn't really? Everybody at some point in their life. You make the stairs and stuff for every block. Oh. Okay, yeah, fair. Yeah, no, what we need is just clear 2x2 before you get the same effect. There. I've just decided that we all just need chisel and bits. Just in everyday Minecraft. I mean, chisel and bits, but better. Nothing wrong with chisel and bits. I just feel like there are improvements. Would be. That's it. And Took a swing at a wrecking ball and I prayed for my downfall and I found a way to reconcile 'cause in my heart this need yes, that. Boom. Don't ask me what I'm doing. I don't know. No, I've just figured out why the other reason I like I'm better at doing this is because it's so much easier to not make a plan when you're mining out large areas, because it's so easy to like put the blocks back or make it a little wider. But when you're doing that when you're going into like an outdoor build without much of a plan, it's like if you want something to be one wider, then you have to tear down the entire wall and put it back up, you know? And it's not like you can just, oh, I'll just add in a block here or just take a block there away just to make it like a little bit wider in this bit or a little bit not wider in this bit. You can't really do that, or at least in my head can't do that. God, I'm gonna need so many fucking stairs. Luckily I have so much stone. Or at least, yeah, you might be able to do that, but it's just whenever I've tried to do that, it didn't work well. Oh my god. It's the commitment issues. They plague every part of my life. Including Minecraft, apparently. Nice. Love that. My god, it's tough. I have also decided that, to get a really good grade in Irish, which is, I'm not the best at Irish, but I'm decent on some days. Right? I've decided all I need to do in preparation for my leaving cert is learn the language. You know? Easy shit. Easy shit. Isn't it? Right? Yeah? You can learn a language to the degree where they expect you to have been learning it for 12 years in 1 year, right? 1 year. Yeah? Yeah? You can get 12 years worth of content into your head and memorized in less than a year, actually. No, but fucking imagine that. I go from like barely passing to highest grade in the class. This isn't going to happen. It's not. I can promise you this now. It's not gonna. Oh, that's so square. Oh my god, it's so square. I wonder why. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's so square. Live in the Gaeltacht for a few months. I can't live in the Gaeltacht. I don't have money. I feel like that would either be really cool or it wouldn't help at all, because, fun fact, crippling anxiety. This was brought on by the fact that I have to learn 2 Shra for Thursday. And, yeah. That's gonna... Great. I know a couple people that, like, existed in Gaeltachts. They're shit at Irish. Okay, it's not so much that they're shit at Irish, as in, like, speaking it. They're bad at writing it, and they're more used to tested Irish is very, like, formal. And if you've, like, lived in a Gaeltacht or gone to a Gaelscoil for a while, then you're probably more used to, like, kind of slang. Like, that was one of the first things that my Irish teacher did, other than teach us the basics. Love her to death. She's fantastic. She taught us basic sentence structure. Nobody else has done that. in our multiple, in our over a decade of learning the language, nobody thought to teach us basic sentence structure, or the fact that fucking uru doesn't actually mean vowel, or shavu also doesn't mean h. I thought shavu was just like the word for h for some reason because you just added a h. It's not. Don't remember what it is, but it's there if I need it. She's given us fucking whole banks of just filler like phrases, just like normal like conversation phrases. Which is I love this teacher in a purely academic sense. Like, I'm sure if I had to talk to her for any amount of time, okay, I'm not gonna say that I dislike her, I'm just gonna say that I probably wouldn't be talking. But you know, it's like, goddamn, what fucking level are we on? We're on -9, okay, nice. I feel like we need to push it out a little bit. Like, this is the most that a teacher has ever actually tried to teach me a language. I do think that that's because she's like just out of university, right? She's like just gotten her license and everything. So I think that's part of it. Because she heavily disagrees with the education system as a whole. And agrees with the, yeah, it's not taught like a language, it's taught, yeah, I don't, we had to do an essay on the education system on Skelga, because duh, because yeah, we can barely string together basic sentences, but we can write a 3-page essay on the education system as a whole. Yeah. We can do that, right? Oh fuck. Right, guys? Yeah. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh. Pop those back there. But yeah, no. Genuine question. How far does one go for the bit? Right? Because it's getting to the point where, like, okay, me and my friend currently have a running joke where, yeah, me, them, and one other person are in a throuple, right? That's fine. That's entertaining. It's now gotten to the point where we're having quintuplets. We're getting a house. Like, we looked for the house and everything. We, like, if we wanted to, we not if we wanted to. If we wanted to, we could get a job for a couple of years and then get this house if it wasn't sold. Where there are plans for a cow, there are plans for a snake. Like, when does the bit end? When does the bit go too far? Okay, like, what is happening? Like, we've discussed the schooling of the five children. Apparently they're going to be homeschooled. I don't know by who. None of us are smart enough for that. But like, I'm just kind of baffled. Like, does it end? Is there an end? Cause I'm starting to not see one. God, you'd think somebody that was 2 meters tall and had ridiculously long arms would be able to reach a little further. God. Okay. I'm gonna do that. And one off of this as well. It was like, oh yeah, having a 3 here will be really fun. And it's kind of thrown off the. Though to be fair, that might also be the plunge into death that's thrown it off a little bit. Go down one, back. Okay. The fan plan for now. That. I would like to say, this has nothing to do with anything I've talked about or I'm seeing. The Slime Rancher music fucking bangs. That shit's dope. It's a good soundtrack. Only the first one though. I haven't actually listened to the second one, but my sister says that it's not as good, so I shall take her word for it. Somebody fucking threw popcorn at us at lunch. Like, okay, we were just kind of sitting in a group, right? And I was on the floor. My soup was open. This motherfucker is lucky that none of the popcorn got in the soup. I would have picked up the popcorn and shoved it down their throats. Covered in soup. It wasn't very warm soup. It was kind of lukewarm. You know what? Yeah. It was good soup though. Yeah, we're just sitting here minding our fucking business, and then this person like 2 years below us comes over and starts throwing popcorn at us. I don't know why. Could not tell you. Could not tell you for the life of me. But it happened. And I don't know how to feel about it. Down. I feel like that kind of has downward, doesn't it? That's. Ahaha. I've figured out how to trick this. Or have it. Actually. Then what? Okay. Oopsies. What is that? Is that what a fucked up song? The wiggle? Have I fucked up the wiggle? Getting rid of. I hate it. I despise it with my whole being. It's ridiculous. Is it just that the wiggle was wrong? I think every staircase needs a bit of a wiggle. Right? It's just natural for a staircase to have a bit of a wiggle. Yeah, now that 3 looks kind of natural. Not really, but a little bit. I feel like if there was gonna be a 3, it wouldn't be immediately followed by a 2 and then 2 1s. But it's fine. Perfectly fine. Wasn't like I cared anyway. I just felt like that was the moment to be overly dramatic. Sorry. Just gonna get rid of this bit of it, right? Behind. Oh no, that's far too. Like, it looks interesting from this bit, but from here it kind of just looks like, oh, down, 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 down. For all this, right? Like, there's still a little bit of flavor to it, but how deep do you want to go? I think at -15, or like somewhere between -15 and 20, we're gonna start to open it up, and that's gonna lead to the That's gonna, like, it's gonna open up, like, faster than this is closing in, right? I don't know how high up it's gonna... We're definitely gonna need to grab the scaffolding at some point. Because both the roof and the floor are gonna be quite far apart. The floor is gonna be deeper than the ceiling's gonna be high, but the ceiling's gonna be like 20, 30 above the bridge. I want pillars. I'm putting in pillars. You can't take my pillars away from me, okay? You can't take them. You can pry them away from my cold dead hands. Sorry, I'm contemplating. That's why nothing's moving. I guess the bridge will kind of go... See, I don't actually know what this room's gonna be for, right? I don't know. I was just like, ooh, fun. It doesn't have to be for anything. That's fine. It doesn't need a purpose. But... yeah, okay. We'll figure it out when we get there. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. Yeah. Up, over. Oh, it's there. Definitely. Yeah, okay. Probably like 15 or 16 will. Yeah. God, we're going egg shapes again. No, how dare you. No more egg. I'd say, yeah, probably here. And then it'll start opening up again. Well, damn. Wait, how did... Oh! Okay. Yep, okay. Yeah. So we'll kind of calm down on the going down bit. But we shall start with going back out again. But yeah, we'll go from into the 3. Kinda boring. Yeah, those 2. raise 3. More than that. I'm gonna start off kind of slower and then, like, rapidly afterwards get bigger. Okay, it goes 1 up. It'll probably look okay. Probably. I'm putting a lot of hope in this not looking shit. Because if so, I've just gone deep slate mining. That's all I've done if it looks bad. Because I'll just cover it back up. Like, I do kind of wish that I'd started off higher, but I feel like that would have been very out of place. Like, for example, well, don't ask me why I'm fucking climbing up it. Okay, so that's what it looks like from here, right? That's pretty okay, and then you get closer, and it's like, okay, that's a bit more substantial than I thought it was gonna be. And then you look over there, and that's my entrance. That's what I'm working with. That's what I made. The very first thing I made, and it looks like a face. Like, okay, if you just, the 2 glowstone, and then the opening, it's a face. That is the very first thing that I did in this. And, but yeah, so I feel like if I made this go any, like, higher, well, it probably would have been more impressive. We probably would have also had to pull this wall back. Or, like, move the pillars or something. I don't really want to. I don't want to do that, because then it's like it's showing the difference in how I have. I don't know. I was like, it's been like what, over a year since I finished this. Fuck. Fucking hell. Jesus Christ. Oh no, I don't want to think about time and the passage of it anymore. It does look an awful lot like it. It still looks a little triangular, but I'm not sure we can do anything about that. Not really. Like, it's just kind of the nature of the arch I went with. Like, when you squash it down, it's gonna look more like a triangle than a curve. Unsurprisingly. I could add little pillars to the sides to make it. Oh my god, guys, I could add pillars to it to make it look less triangular. Guys, have you heard my new and unheard of idea from me? Adding pillars? God, I love a good pillar. Guys, you'll never guess the thought I've just had on how to improve this. You'll never guess. I mean, really, it's, I don't think I've ever done one of these. Yeah, definitely. Okay, and then... Gonna have to bring back Pillars Anonymous! Is this whole thing just about pillars? No! No, it's not just pillars. It's also this wall that I'm just face planted into. No, it's not just pillars. It's also this sorting system that I just did. It was these arches. Are you seeing the theme yet? It's this beautiful, efficient creation of mine. It's this wall. Oh my god, it's Fifi. Look at you! Oh, look at Fifi Durant. Fifi Durant. Fifi Durant go wiggle wiggle. It's called consistency. Yes, it is. I've got a skill out, and I'm using it to the best of my ability. You've seen my other builds. This is the best it gets, and guess what it consists of? Pillars and arches. And hey, they're gonna be different pillars? Excuse you. They're gonna be made out of deep slate. That's enough of a difference. It's also these. They're trapdoors. It's working with my environment. It's this motherfucker. It'll look better at some point. Holy shit, really pushing the boat out there. I know, right? Well, okay. Let's look at it this way. God, I shouldn't have gotten rid of that nether portal. It takes a This is fine. It's fine. It's fine. It just got me to my point faster. You've seen my other builds. You've witnessed it. Not sure the world is ready for different pillars just yet. That's Oat, you've seen this shit. It's not the best. So therefore, I can do pillars. I'm gonna do pillars. You saw the little fucking ugly shrine things. You saw those. Look at this path. I can do paths and pillars. Look at that gorgeous path. Like, to be fair, I still believe the best thing that I've ever done in this world is this door that requires 2 levers to be flicked. Would you not just build your outside houses with pillars too? No, Oat! Because I built those before I knew I could do pillars. Like, you've seen this boring ass staircase. Like, oh wow, lanterns. I don't have many talents out. Pillars are one of them. One of the few, people may say. People are like, oh, you just have to challenge yourself. I've tried challenging myself, it didn't end well. Why did I have... Okay. That was... I enjoyed that. laptop in there? Okay. Okay, I guess. But yeah, one day I'll finish the library. Maybe then you'll. Oh no, the library's gonna have pillars on it as well. I'm sorry. It's gonna have support pillars because I don't know how to add text. Because I can watch other people do things and be like, oh yeah, I understand that. I don't. I don't. That's the joke. I don't get it. Consider the Pantheon. Exactly! Iris, I love how you're backing me up here. I love this. This is great. Look at that. Look at that. Have you seen the Colosseum out? Have you seen the Colosseum? Have you witnessed that? Don't judge me for my pillars if you still consider the Colosseum a work of art. Or the aqueducts. Have you seen the aqueducts out? Have you... Yeah, get real close here. Have you seen the aqueducts? The Colosseum has arches? Guess what I do, baby? Guess what this is, motherfucker? Okay, that's death. Look at that arch. Look at it go. Look at that. It's pillars and arches! I just really like the Romans and the Greeks. It's a pile of stone once you see all the pieces of rubble. I mean, yeah. The lure of a pile of stone. Yes. God, I love that pile of stone. To be fair, this is also a pile of stone. Well, I guess it's more of a hovel of stone, really. We got that insane. That got insanely aggressive. I think arches are quite nice. Then why are you hating on me for my pillars out? I'll figure out something else to... Okay. It's okay. I'll figure out something else. It's fine. It's fine. I'll just learn how to build. I'll just figure it out. Can I talk to you about our Lord and Savior Spires? Yes, you can. A tower builder is what I aspire to be. Good beehive. Oh, you're... Oh. I thought you were like 3 minutes behind for a second. I thought it was genuinely getting really bad again. Like, oh. Oh, wait. This one. One above. Good pun, though. I appreciate the pun. Good pun. I approve of the pun as well. Oh my god, gold! Oh my gosh. I did send that a good bit ago. Oh, nice. Nice. Lovely. Absolutely fantastic.
No, come back. No, fuck off.
Yes. Okay, we didn't even grab the scaffolding on the way here. Fuck. Oh my god. Okay. Maybe we should stop flying in. Maybe I should. Stop doing that. Maybe that isn't such a good idea. Maybe, just maybe. Like, okay, the only thing that I've done that hasn't been pillar related or pillar adjacent that's been decent has been, I would say, the nether tunnel. His square, hexagonal, octagonal, dodecagonal, then hexadecagonal. Ooh, for the spires. Very snazzy. That is a lot of shapes. Like, oh. No, I don't want to look at the Ghast farm. Like, technically it's done, but god. I don't know how to feel about it. I don't even know if it would work. Catch me. Like, we don't talk about the village. Okay, nice. I'm great at this. We don't talk about what the village end are out to be. That's a mess. That is a mess. The village is not bad. Oh. Okay, well, to be fair, for the most part, fucking hell. For the most part, it's like, it's grand. It's grand. There's just the one building. The fucking, like, stonemasons or whatever. The one with the grindstones at it. The I don't particularly like. Like, the rest of it's fine. Like, the library, I'd say, is even fairly okay, despite whatever the fuck this is. You know? Let's rectify that very quickly. But yeah, I will agree. It's mainly this that I absolutely despise. Right? I hate this building with a passion. I like this the kind of circle thing that I've got going here, but I hate the rest of it. And let's be fair, let's be completely honest with ourselves. The rest of the buildings, I didn't really do much to other than this one. Which isn't even really a fucking building now, is it? It's like, when you really take into account what the village turned out to be, this explains it. This right here, this explains it. That right there explains it very well. Like, yeah, I would say this a pretty decent building. A pretty decent building. This is only here because there's a hill. And also for the buys. We respect the buys. And fuck if I know. I think that was supposed to be like a sunrise or some shit. But yeah, like, what the fuck is... What is this? What is this? Don't talk about the village. It didn't turn out shite. That's great, I think. We do talk about this bridge, though. I like that bridge, vaguely. I like it more than the rest of the shit around here. I like the pavements. But yeah, we don't even need to go over the fucking library-esque thing. It's not even half done. We'll get there one day. One day I'll get like a cohesive like drawing out, and then I'll like transfer it to Minecraft. And then we'll be grand. We'll be grand. But right now, like, just think, after I maybe pass construction, I'm gonna hate all of this. Gonna be like, oh shit, everything is so bad. None of this would stay standing. This is the scaffold. Yes, it is. I do like how it's just scaffold. Like scarfle. Scaffold. It's just scaffold. That's it. That's all it is. Hey. Woo. I've just been watching people speedrun Mario 64 recently. I've never played Mario 64. I've never seen somebody finish the game in a normal manner. I've just started watching people speedrun it. It is... I would say it's fun, but I don't know what's happening, and also they get really sad really quickly. That might be specifically because of who I'm watching, because they're doing like a competition thing, and are therefore getting frustrated, unsurprisingly. Let's be honest. And it goes in. Back in. Okay, nice. Ah, fucking...
Okay.
Forgot that happened. I don't use scaffolding much. It shows. My god. I didn't do that. What the fuck are you on about? I feel like we should be more worried for, you know, your psychiatric health. A Coraline boat? Okay, so it's just me. Good to know. Are you okay? Yeah, no, maybe so.
Every time we say goodbye, they all see that it's a lie. 'Cause we always give it one last try. Yeah, you've watched me break 1,000 times.
Oh. Yes, okay, that's even on both sides. I feel like we go... No, it isn't. What the fuck? What have I done? Okay, so there's a 1... It's... So 1, 2, 2, 1, 3. 1, 2, 2, 1, 3. 1, 2, that. That's my problem. One. Okay. I've never actually... Thinking it was fun. I don't know. I mean, my knees aren't, but the rest of me. Oh my god. To be fair, Caroline's really fun. I like Caroline. It's a fun show. I'm gonna guess you meant actually and not accidentally. Yeah, fair. Hope your knees stop doing that soon. Hope they cease this. Oh no, this goes.
Oh, damn Mondays.
Fun time. A good diamond. I say we can count into 3 at this point. We've gone 2 for. Yeah, 4. I'd say we could go to 3. It is rather egg shaped. It's grand though. I say we go to going out. Not sure exactly how we're gonna make it work, but we will. We'll make it happen. It'll probably look okay. I just cannot hear the Minecraft sounds at all. It's weird because I could earlier. Okay. I hear them? Wait. If... Oh, now here's the real question. I'll put that down. No, that falls for you as well. Okay. Huh. Okay. You know what? I'll take your word for it. Mm. I'll trust you. I'll trust you not to lie to me. I don't see why you'd lie about that. Alright. Yeah. Oh. Oh, there's a fancy zone. Oh, it's gonna be... But only if there's a bit of silence on the... Ah, okay. Okay, fair. So, 1 hour again. Yeah, another 1 out. And we'll go down to... Then out. Okay. Are we not going out enough? 10. Oh, fuck, what's happened there? That's what happened. Hey. I am just kind of desperately hoping that none of the songs get me fucking struck. Because they very well could. I've begun this thing of every now and then I've started making my own playlist for Twitch, because a lot of people, they lie, right? Because I don't. It's not even. Just huge sections get muted, and most of them for songs that wouldn't have previously, like a couple months back, or for people that have like said that they don't, and it's, I don't fucking know. And for some of them, it is other people going around claiming them. Just okay, I guess. Fucking weird, but you know. There's not exactly an option in the fucking, oh, what the fuck's happened there? Ah. Oh, this, does that thing not go out? Wait a goddamn. Oh,
I've been up for 3 nights. My eyes are bloodshot red. Damn, I wanna see the sunshine. It's
hey.
getting to my head. One look in the mirror, don't like what I find. I know that
1, 2,
somewhere
4.
in there there's a good guy, but he runs away at midnight. I'm sorry that I stole your car. Ain't got those tattoos on my
I don't know how to count, is what I've learned. No. Okay. This is fine. I am capable of counting. It has been 2 hours of this shit. Two. Oh, fuck. Okay, so. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 1. Ah, okay. That's what's happened. This isn't going too shit though. I think. Probably. I hope.
Well, this is what happens when I'm out of my medicine. There's collateral damage. I gotta go. I'm sorry that I stole your car. Ain't got those tattoos on my arms that don't mean shit to me. Maybe you should pull the alarm.
Okay. His God. This is weirdly stressful. Like, it shouldn't be. That's like Jesus. Why? Why? Jesus, why? I do feel like it's gonna be a lot more, is this going to be destination of the tunnel? Yeah, I think it's gonna, well, it's not just gonna end here. Oh, it's also gonna go down a little, but, probably like here. But yeah, it's gonna probably, because it's gonna start opening out further. Yes. Actually, yeah, we might drop it off and like, where are we? Okay, we're at 887. Ah! Ah! 887. Where's he? 840. 840 technically. We've gone ish. Oh, why did I do that? Probably. How are you doing, Cicada? God. Oh, there's still a tag attached to this. Fuck off. That's why it was uncomfortable. That's why I was like, damn. Damn, I'm gonna have to cut these labels off. They're really annoying. No, it was because there was a whole ass tag. Been like, well, I'm from here. I cost this much. I'm from this shop that's in this country, but technically I wasn't made here. Okay, right. How do... I hate this. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. What? It's too bad. But that... Oh, oh, what have I fucked up? Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1. Okay. There we go. 1, 2, 3. 3, 2, 1, 2. What the fuck? It's only gonna make me stronger. It's only gonna feed my hunger. Say the words, say 1, 2. 3, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1, 1, 2. 3, 2, 2. 3, 2, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2. What? Okay, so from, yeah. 2, 1, 1, 2. 3, 2, 3. 2, 1, 1, 2, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 1. 2. 2. 3, 2, 3. 3, 2. Okay, so. But there's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's what it was. But then it's all off. No! Because it's the same count on it. Oh. 2. Okay, 3, 2, 1, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1, 2. What? 2, 1, 2, 1, 3. 3, 2, 1, 2. Oh my god. No, I didn't want you to go sideways, actually. That wasn't actually. 3, 3, 2, 1, 2. There we go. Okay, now 1, 2. 1, 2, 3 with 2 on the floor. What? Sorry, my brain is actively melting. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Okay, have I fixed it? Yes, I have. Hell yeah, look at me go. I can count, baby. Nobody else has had to say that. Nobody else has had to prove that they can count. This is bullshit. I'm in higher maths. Why can't I fucking count? This is upsetting. Okay, then. Okay. 1, 2. Yeah, we'll go into a 4. We'll go in and mine the ore out at some point. This is kind of intimidating. I've from that to that. How? I say we go 5 across for the bridge currently. We can change it if we want later. But yeah, I say this is where the drop off is gonna be. That's where the like whole room thing starts. I don't know what the actual room's gonna look like. I, briefly, am going to go to the toilet. I'll just leave you with the music that's on right now. I'll be back in 2 to 4 minutes. If you've been here a while, anytime over about half an hour, get something to drink, please, if you have not. Anything other than, hopefully, vodka or vinegar. Avoid the V's. But yeah. I'll be back. Enjoy the music.
Yeah. Unknown Brain. Marvin Devine. I'm saying bye to all the lies and all the times you cried, saying that I wasn't right, yet I was right by your side. You manipulator, playing games, your friends commentators, and I don't know what you say about our private conversations, but it's got them hating. Thanks to all the rumors you be claiming. It's cool, I'm done with you, so they can throw you a celebration. You gon' hate it when you see me with somebody living better. I'm trying to tell you that me just doing me gon' have you jealous. I know that I gotta stay away from all your games.
Hello. I have returned. I have returned from my shittening. You're welcome. You needed to know. Desperately. You wouldn't have survived without knowing. I promise. Promise. We are going to go back to Minecraft. I am going to continue to drink substance. Not substance. Cola. Cola. No, Pepsi actually. I'm sorry, I lied to you. But alas, yeah. Oh, we can keep the... It's gonna drop off there, but the... That's gonna stay there. Yeah, so it's gonna kinda... It's gonna slowly drop and then it's gonna be, like, abrupt.
No. Fuck.
Let's see, we've done... Fuck. Did it crash? Oh, okay. Don't know what happened there. A little spooky, but okay. Oh, work on fucking... It'll be grand. It'll be grand, you know. Sure it will be. Yeah, you can't do about it. I don't... You know, there was a bit where I was like, okay, school, fine. Now I'm back to ugh, school, disgusting. Ugh. Those one. Really, I should be comparing it from here. Yeah. Yep.
I will never recover from
Hey. Yeah. The one time I want to... Is it freezing? Or is it my phone? Because, you know me, I like to keep a little track of it. I like to keep a little track. And I think it must.
Okay.
A respectful.
Baby, this is do or die. Feel it in my veins tonight. Emotional suicide. You know it's an eye for
Yeah.
eye.
Do your one back for that. Then it's okay, then it's one, then it's fine. Then it's perfectly a-okay. Okay, so I did 4 at the bottom over here. I did do at the bottom over. Also 4, then 1. Fucking 2, 3. 1. 1, 1, 1, and 3. 1, 1, 1, 3. 4, 1. Not sure, we'll go with it. Oh shit, we're full. We're full again! 1, 1. I believe. 1, 2. 2, 1, 1. 2, 1, 2. What is the point of scaffolding? And can you not just build up some blocks to stand on? Yeah, but it's just faster and faster to get rid of. It's faster to put up and get rid of, basically. That's what I use it for anyway. And yeah. I don't have a shovel, otherwise, yes, I would be using dirt. Two, 1. 2, 1. Okay, yeah. Okay. Okay, I believe you. Okay, well, it's about to come down. I do want this to go down one. Let's go make bad choices. You know what? I'm consistently getting around 1 heart. Oh shit, those are in the one of them's in the. But yeah, no, I just find it. I also just had a surplus of bamboo. Bamboo is ridiculously easy to farm. To the point where it's like a nuisance. To the point where it actively lags my entire laptop. Fuck. Okay, that's not broken. Okay, good to know. Good to. Please tell me you're not broken. Please tell me you're not broken. And we immediately collect more. Yay! Yeah, that's basically it. Like, don't get me wrong, it's a fucking pain, but yeah, it's easy cleanup, if not easy anything else. Okay. Go down 2. And go down. Yeah. That's fine. Oh my god. Is it a big cave or it's a tiny cave? It's fine. I was like, hell yeah, this is our lucky day. We've gotten into a big cave. Oh, hello. Sorry, I forgot you existed for a minute. Yeah, kill him. Get him.
Okay. Oh shit.
God, did my phone die? Oh, what the fuck is happening? what is it doing? Oh, there's another one. Oh, my lucky day, isn't it? Oh, it does intersect into a cave, though. That's quite nice. Quite nice, I do say.
Okay. What the fuck?
Give me a second. Oh! Thank you, Kamazuchia 2 for the follow. Means a lot. I'm glad you're enjoying. Welcome to whatever the fuck is happening, basically. But yeah, glad you're enjoying, yeah, this. I think that's the only time I will ever actually... up that hole. I don't know if that's something the song's doing or something the song's doing because it's breaking. That's nice. That's real nice.
That's nice. I like the cave.
I was hoping to bump into like a really big one, but alas, the world lives only to spite me. That's like something that, yeah. The drop off doesn't have to be like as, you know, like maintained, because yeah, I guess really this bit doesn't have to be as I feel like they would have done symmetry though. I feel like they would have made it symmetrical even if it wasn't. I feel like that was a thing that they would have done. You know? Fuck. That ain't. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. Only a small task. Just a small task, right? Just a tiny task. It's nothing much. Not really. Nothing too demanding, you know? You're right. It's gonna look cool though. That's what matters. I won't get rid of the actress. A perfect time to open into cave proper.
Give me this. I want it. I want it for myself.
Now, if only there was a cave on this side too. That'll be a little too convenient. Oh, it's my phone. That makes for like, God, this shit to keep track of if it keeps fucking crashing, but just my phone. Not even like the fucking OBS, it's just my phone. I've fallen into an hole. But yeah. From basically here on, things don't have to be too symmetrical. Mainly because I can't really make a fucking cave symmetrical. That is a little too far even for me. We do not have enough torches for this. Basically just making a fucking mob farm. Gonna make a little bit of an hole, really. This to be like at least down. And this is just gonna be that. And it's just gonna keep on going like that. We're gonna have to fuck. Hello. Haven't seen you in a minute. How you doing? Fucking tacky fan. I don't think I will ever be able to say your name with a straight face. I don't think I will. I don't think it's possible. How you doing? It's been a minute. Doing good today? Hell yeah. Well, I'm a little tired, but other than that, I'm pretty content with. Okay, that was a wall. With the old, pretty nice hole. I will not lie. Oh, it'd be so fun to like fly down that when it's done, and then giant. Ooh, yes, yes. Hell yeah. Fuck. Um, the depth on one side. Probably do the top before it gets too late to do it. I wish YouTube didn't change. Oh yeah, I'm not looking forward to the new CEO. Fun fact, he was the dude that suggested the YouTube NFTs. Nice, right? Ava. Okay, not that fun. It was better in 2015, 2016. Fair. YouTube NFTs? Yeah, so, Susan with Jeff stepped down as CEO over the last week or something. I don't know exactly when, but she did. Which that's enough internet. I think people need to be stopped. But yeah, at some point during COVID, the person who has stepped up to be CEO of YouTube, I don't remember his name. He's a dude. That's about all I know is about him. But he used to be the CPO, the like chief product manager. So while he might not have had the idea for YouTube NFTs, he was definitely like, oh yeah. No, I think it was confirmed that he was the one that put the idea for the NFT forward. But it was also shit like, oh, like basically most changes to YouTube probably would have went through him. I think I'm craving oatmeal. Don't eat oat. Cruel. But yeah, and one of the really fun things about right now is that Google is in like they're in, I believe, a court case because of something that their algorithm pushed for. They put out like their algorithm pushed like anti some group or race of people videos to the wrong people, and it caused an actual like attack. So the somebody is currently suing Google for that. Which is like the last CEO, I'm not gonna try pronounce her last name again. She was CEO for like a decade, and in Google for longer, and she's stepping down now. Oh, okay. Like that's. Hmm. It's a little suspicious. It's a little suspicious. Like she got heavy, but yeah, I don't think it's gonna be like a good change. I don't think this dude's gonna be any better than last person was. Seems like a trap to me. I'm however gonna go to bed now. Good night. Hope it goes well. Hope you get sleep. Like somebody I know. Rose. Oh. Okay. I've found out that genuinely like half the people I know are going to see Lovejoy in March, me included. It's like just like only a couple of us planned it, and now it's just like we're just gathering people. Just like, oh, you're going too? Really? Oh, come with us. So we'll meet up there. Ah, we're out of space again. Please don't eat me. You'll get consumed if we feel like it. My phone is genuinely dying. Rose spoon away. Gets rid of the syrup. Like, no, we wouldn't do that to you. Gets rid of the cinnamon and throws away in seasonings. Just gets rid of them. We didn't have those seasonings. Those were there when I got here. Okay. Rude much. We're gonna... Hey, we're getting vaguely better at that. Let's toughen one of these. Yeah, there we go. Just random shit is gonna go. In there. We don't need us over 2 stacks of fucking rockets. We're in a cave. We're currently residing in a fucking cave. We don't need that much. Hey. Yeah. Just we keep on digging.
This a war zone, homie. Say you ready and prepared. Take a minute and make them aware. Well, I'll be sneaking in the back, but it's what the clap. Homie, life ain't fair. Caught me crawling through the mud with a vision, saw it clearly. Born a shepherd to these sheep. Make them fear me. This a war zone. Trashed out, trap house.
Oh yeah, we need to go up the other side. Fine for now. Go back over. Hey. Okay, hello. At least it wasn't into the pit. Smash or pass Minecraft Zombie. You know, I think I might just have to pass. I'm not sure what it's their personality. I mean, or smash with my fist. I would smash them with my fist. Right into their nose. Just straight into their schnoz. It's an unfortunate choice that I had to make. But you know what? I don't want a disease. Smash or pass Minecraft Steve. That... I'm not sure how to feel about that. Okay, is it... Minecraft Steve with the beard? Yes. With the smile? No. I refuse to agree that it's a smile. It's not. That is... If that is what Steve's smile looks like, that is horrifying. That is disturbing. Get some help. Jesus Christ. Are we... That better not be the surface. Wait, where are we? No, we're at -2, it's not... Okay. You can calm down. It's... There. I've given my choice. Minecraft Alex? Sure. Why not? I've already punched a zombie and refused to let somebody shave. Nothing worse can happen. Sure. I do. Why is this what I'm doing on a Monday night? I have a novel to read. Oh yeah, because I want. There it is. Minecraft skeleton. I feel like they might shoot me. So maybe for somebody else, but I'm gonna pass. I'm gonna pass on that one. I feel like I'd get just shot. I feel like it would be trying to get with an American. Are you just gonna go through all of them? Is that what's happening? Smash or pass an American? Pass. I don't know. It's not even like not even that bad. Just wow, you're welcome. Yeah. No hesitate. We'd been over it. We were just talking about it. Okay, you know what? If one day there's a really special American, then maybe. But for now, I'm walking on by. I'm walking past. I'm ignoring them. Okay, no, here's the thing. They're just most of the Americans that are in Ireland or the UK that are like, oh yes, I'm American. They're the really friendly ones, and I can't handle that. I can't. I don't like people. What about Ryan Reynolds? Oh, you drive a hard bargain. Oh, you drive a hard bargain. But he's American, but he's Ryan Reynolds. I think I'd hug Ryan Reynolds. I don't think I'd smash him. Oh, hello, Nightbot. What a funny scene you've walked in on. So I guess pass, but less aggressively. Nightbot, smash. Smash. It's Nightbot. Do you see that heart? Do you see that little heart there? Immediately. Without hesitation. Like him. Ooh. On a very fine. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Master Path, which is an anime girl or boy. Okay. I don't think Twitch as a person would go well. I think Twitch as a person would have several personality disorders. Though I do feel like Twitch as a person would be chaotic neutral. Oh no! Wait, no! Twitch is an actual, like, the like, site as a person and how it's ran would be. Oh, Twitch as a site would be such a horrible partner. God, it would be so, like, abusive. God. The vibes. The vibes. Like, huh. Like, they also would be a gold digger. I don't make the rules, I just made them up. Oh my god. Oh, you know how Oats said they were going to sleep? They've just sent me a meme. I'd say it's going well. What a liar. I know, right? It really just did that to us. Oh, we should not do this first because if we fall, we will perish. I'm bringing the spoon back, as you should. As you should. I mean, really, it's what they deserve. For what they've done to us.
Okay, nice.
Ah! Yeah, I plugged the hole. Yeah, get the spoon out. Start threatening them. Start just going in their general direction. Lick the spoon while making eye contact. Make them know. Send them a picture of oatmeal. Be funny. It wouldn't be. They'd probably just be kind of confused. Don't worry, I'll do it for you. They'll be even more confused. Like, why the fuck are you sending me a picture of oatmeal? Why would you do this to me? You know I'm sensitive about that. And I'd laugh maniacally. I'd say this is going pretty damn well. Is it perfect? No, but what cave is, really? To cave or not to cave? I cave to peer pressure very easily. Not really, actually. I'm pretty damn good about it. Oh, they sent me another meme. You better be preparing that spoon. They're... My god. You're like, okay, I'm going to sleep now. Proceeds to send several memes. Like, really? Did they think it wouldn't get mentioned? Did they really think? Did they think they could get away with it? I'm also making right now, by the way. Fair enough. Is it oat based?
We are in the hole. We are now out of the hole. Look at us go.
Oh no. How fucking dare it. Therefore, neither is this. God damn. We don't really need the sides to be symmetrical, but we do need the bottoms to be at the same height because we're gonna go under it. And meet up. Okay. I think for now we are going to end it here. Thank you for being here. If you've been here for 5 minutes, 50 minutes, or 4 hours and 6 minutes, it really does mean the most. Yeah, if you've talked, if you haven't, whatever you've done, if you've not, if you're new, maybe consider following. It would mean a lot. I do this Mondays, Thursdays, and Fridays at 7 p.m. GMT. Don't know what I'm going to be doing, but the next time I'll be doing something Thursday at 7 p.m. UK time if you are also really shit at time zones. I hate time zones. I've forgotten the rest of my paragraph, but yeah, thank you for being here. I hope you've enjoyed your stay. Have a nice rest of your night, however long that may be. Bye bye. Bye 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 bye.